Alright, you should be able to hear me. Hey Leon, how's it going? So here's the progress I made yesterday. Got the forelegs. So those are all good to go. So next up are the hind legs. So you see right here. Hey Cotton, how's it going? So I believe I already have all of the runners required for this. And I think I'm going to try to do something different this time to speed things up a little bit. I'm going to try to get out all the parts twice and see if I can just go ahead and repair the parts for the second leg at the same time. We'll see how that works though. But my goal is to push and finish assembly of this kit today. And one thing I'm seriously considering doing is not applying decals. It sort of depends though on what all is involved to do that. I mean, how many there are, where they go, etc. Because it's gonna be annoying. Yeah, so here we go, and it shows different things here. Yeah, so there are a bunch of different decals that one's already on the body and stuff, which means that this would be the best time. Oh, nice. Is that the one that you said you negotiated with the seller so it was reserved till you have the money or something? Yeah, I'll admit these decals look kind of annoying to apply. So looks like there's one decal on the head, and looking at those, there's already a mark for that, so maybe the decal goes over that mark, I don't know. But in that case, why not just color the mark or something, I don't know. Trying to ascertain what the heck it's showing me here. Some of what it's showing is a bit weird. Okay, so I think... Wait, but then... But that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Looks like it's missing something here. Yeah, I think I can physically attach that where it's showing. Wait a minute. Okay, I understand better now. So for this right here, this part is actually part of the neck. This part right here. So that's what I was confused by. I mean, I could apply all these. There's a lot of decals though. It just means I'd have to apply them before assembly. because there's no way I'd be able to apply them after assembly. Which I could still do. It's just, then there's also the reality of having to let them dry and then top coating and whatever, having to mask anything I don't want to be done weirdly by the top coat, etc, etc. There's a lot that would be involved to add all these decals. Anyway, it's back to what I was doing. So my plan was to try and get out all the parts I need for both simultaneously. So we'll start with this G runner here, which should be a lot of parts from the G runner. Okay, so it looks like the rest of these parts go for the wings. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do the same thing again. Hey, Johnny, how's it going? Okay. Wait. I need G-Free. Okay, here we go. Oh, nice. Yeah, it can be annoying having to wait. Did you know if you use a food dehydrator, you can actually have things dry faster? I'm talking the kind that looks kind of like a toaster oven with like racks and stuff. There's some on Amazon in the $100 range. They're supposedly pretty solid for that. Oh, nice. Now let's get all the same parts again. I've still got to decide what I'm going to be building after this kit. I'm heavily leaning towards building one of the new Kotobukiya kits that I got. One of the 14 new kits. I guess if you want to be technical, it's one of the 13, because one of them is just a option part set for a kit I don't have. So I can't really build something I don't have. Alright, that's the eye runner done for this section. Let's check the L runner, whoever that is. So that went L6 and 7. Oh. They are different. Okay. Well, this is where I have to start differentiating stuff. So this is... I don't know which one this is. We'll find out here. So this has to be the right leg, I believe. Would be the left leg. I'm gonna see if that's all I need from the L runner. It's looking a lot like it. Yep, that's all I needed from the L runner. Okay, cool. Next up is the M runner. See what I need from these. Okay, that's another runner done. So next up is P2. Then we got Q. Okay, I think that's everything for this runner, so now I can do the same with this runner. Okay, that's definitely those two done. Okay, so looks like I do have to get another runner. It was X1. I don't think I have that runner out yet. Let me go grab it. It's a big runner. This is for the wing effects and stuff as well. Alright, so what it was is the tiniest part you could ever find. This right here. So naturally I'm probably, well, I mean I can technically still remove it, so it should be fine. Okay. So I believe it just wants one of those. Right here. And it wants X7. Is there any ever that it needs? That's the real question. So it just needs the number 1 and number 7. Unless I'm missing something. Correction, it's 8, not 7. No, it does need 1, so it needs 1, 7, and 8. Okay. This color is really cool. It would be nice as a translucent inner frame for something. Alright. That's basically all the parts off the runners for the hind legs. However, that's not everything from the hind legs because I need these two things for this step right here. So I need these for that. So that'll be the next thing for me to do is get those out. Again, remember, you always want to move these before you use them, otherwise it's gonna suck. That one's fairly loose now. Okay, I believe that is now all the parts. So I've gotten parts for every single one of those. And here they are. So this is the right hind leg and this is the left hind leg. There's a few unique pieces for each hind leg to differentiate them. So I've been trying my best to keep track of that. So next what I would do is prep all the parts for assembly. And I'd go ahead and prep both of them. So before I do that, I need to take a quick break. So I'll be taking my first break a little bit early. And then I will start preparing my parts. Considering how long it took to get this far, I expect further preparation of the parts to take a little bit longer. So it could easily be another hour or more before I'm ready for assembly. But at that point in time, I should be ready for assembly for both. Alright, I'm back. So now we get to do a fun thing of prep all the parts. Hey, welcome back.
undefined. Welcome to the undefined. Welcome to the undefined.
Oh, hey, how's it going? I've changed my setup a little bit. I've got the camera mounted a bit higher now, and I've upgraded the microphone, so I don't have to mute a microphone to talk anymore. That kit looks really good. I'm still slowly chipping away at daytime Meteor. I've been building this for quite a while now. I got laid off from my old job end of last year, and I think it was around 4.5 months of job searching before I finally got employment again. So I'm currently working full-time at a factory. So my only free days to be able to build anything properly is basically just Sunday. Sometimes I get Saturday off. So I actually started this kit a little bit before I started the new job, and I'm still working on this kit. What I will probably end up doing with this kit, because I'm gonna push and finish assembly today, hopefully. What I'll probably do is just not apply the decals on stream, and then eventually over time, throughout the weeks, I'll apply the decals and then do a top coat or whatever. I've also got to figure out what I will build next. My backlog's kind of big again. I'm probably done buying kits for the year until or unless I've got an opportunity for visiting a Gundam base, or maybe the US Mobile Tour will happen again this year and I'll be able to go attend that one of the weekends or something. There's a handful of kits I really want from Premium Bandai. I just don't know if they'll be available at the Gundam base in Chicago or at the Mobile Tour. And of course, who wouldn't want some of the Gundam base exclusives? But outside of those, I think I'm pretty much done buying kits for the year. At most, I may get some more of the Realize model Zoids, since my local shop has more of those in now, so there's more kits to choose from. That's about all I can think of. I did want the Diablo's Core. I forget what the kit's called. It's a 1/144 scale that has nearly 1,000 parts, and it comes with this massive booster back unit and a bunch of weapons and stuff, and even has lighting, I think. That kit was supposedly going to come out Q1 of this year, and here we are near the end of Q2, and from what I've read, it's not expected till Q3 or Q4. So it's like, well, if it's not even going to come out this year, then I don't care anymore. I've still got a lot of kits that I've actually probably owned for nearly a year now, but I should build at some point. For example, I have the Nemesis Goddess to still build. Now, an LED kit has come out, but I've not bought the LED kit. And at this point, I'm not sure I will buy the LED kit. I just have a lot of concerns about the reliability of the LEDs, and more specifically, the ability to get replacements for things or wherever I buy the LED kit from being able to help me out. So for example, in the US, it's USA Gundam Store. It has a fairly cheap price for that LED kit. But the problem is they don't really... I mean, if the LED is dead, you're SOL. So... Then there's this other place, the Gundam Place store out of Atlanta, Georgia, that sells them. But on their pages for it, they basically say to power on the LEDs as soon as you get them, make sure it all works, and then they can help you and stuff. And like, that's great and all, but I don't have the time or energy to do all that. I've not even opened a bunch of the kits that I've bought. So there's some kits that I could potentially have missing parts in and I have no idea. So I just don't have the energy to, as soon as I receive a kit, start to take care of that and stuff. So I don't know what I want to do there. I'm sure it would look really cool with the LED kit, even though it's just for the head and parts of the action base. Another kit I'm probably not going to buy optional accessories for is the Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom. There's this Cosmos LED kit, and then there's this wing effect kit, which is basically sold out everywhere. So it's really hard to obtain those things. And apparently you have to be really careful with it and stuff to get that to work. So I'm thinking I'll just say screw it, not getting any of those things. Because let's say I hypothetically wanted to get the LED kit for the Nemesis Goddess, and then for the Strike Freedom MGEX, then the Wing Effects stuff. I mean, that would easily be around $200, or at least, you know, $150. So... and that's just on stuff to make the kits look slightly better. And at that point, it's like, why do I want to bother? Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and clean the excess panel liner off of these, and then I'll put them in this tub. It'll be one side ready. And then I'll repeat the entire process for the other side. And then I will be ready to... or maybe I'll just go ahead and trim up these parts and fully prep them, then I'll do the other side. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't know. Okay, so that is one side completely ready, basically. Well, I mean, up to needing to use this to do stuff. Other than that, it's ready. So next up is this side. But once I do this and prep both with the knife, then can just do full assembly. Then all that's left is the wings and the action base. Of course, time-wise, the wings may take as long as this has been taking. Because I'll have to do left and right for those as well. All right. Now I just have to remove the excess panel liner from these parts. Then it's the final trim. Then I can do assembling. Okay, that's finally ready for trimming. And then it's actually properly ready for assembly. Alright, I'm gonna take another quick break. And then I'll start assembly. I guess I'll just trim as I go. So this should be for the right hind leg, and this should be for the left hind leg. So we'll start with this one right here and just see how it goes. All right, I'm back.
Show 'em how we do it. It's like show 'em how we do it. It's like
I don't know why it's taking so long in between songs. I guess I'd never restarted it. So let me do that real quick here. Hey, Lord Boat Builder, how's it going? I work full time now. Since early April, first week of April or so, and therefore I'm not as active streaming anymore, and basically only have one guaranteed free day each week. But means I'm able to buy some more stuff. I've upgraded my setup a little bit. I'm using a microphone that allows me to talk while I'm building, and I don't have to mute one or the other. Yeah, this is definitely a big kit. I mean, I've got the what do you call it? The Red Dragon King model kit. I've got that assembled kind of sort of behind me. I do have the space for this and some other kits. I will want to probably get some other places to display things, though I'm kind of out of space as far as that is concerned. So the Red Dragon King is just out in the open. I also assembled my first perfect grade. It was a commission build for someone I know. Just a straight build, then some water slide decals and top coat. The perfect grade Gundam Mark II. Is it for sure the same kit? From what I saw, some of it was ever so slightly different, and this one's slightly longer. And by slightly longer, I mean by 3 or 4 centimeters longer. Yeah, the Red Dragon King is pretty cool. It lights up and stuff. And if you look on sites like Gundamit and stuff, there is a lot of variations coming out for Red Dragon King, apparently. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 different color variations coming out. Yeah, this one is, I think, 43 or 44 inches. Yeah, I've seen those versions as well. I know this one has some ever so slightly different parts on it. Let me find what I'm talking about. Maybe I'll even be able to pull it up here. New one. What's this? Yeah, so there's the blue, primal, black, and white versions. Oh, wow. They even have a pre-painted and pre-assembled of the original, I think. I'm not sure what I would get if I got another one, because my original plan was to try and do a custom paint job on one of them. Let me see if I can easily show this. Okay, so you see these dragons. I wanted to get a second Red Dragon King and change the color scheme to match those dragons. And sort of do an Eastern style long dragon of this color scheme. But with the new ones available, I may not have to do that necessarily. Yeah, they've got a pre-painted, pre-assembled version of Mountain and Seas available for pre-order. It's like $128 or something. But yeah, so it's pretty cool that those are coming out. It was an enjoyable build. It was my first kit with LEDs. So that was fun. Did you see the I probably won't be able to find it. Let me check real quick and see if I can find it. Have you done any Shan H sets? Kunping from the Nine Heavens? Or maybe this one isn't out yet. You can build it in two forms. One of them is the whale, the other is a bird. That one looks interesting to me. The tiger would be a lot of fun. If I were to get the tiger, I would love to do a custom color scheme to make it look like one of the bosses from Shadow of the Colossus. Did you see the Kotobukiya mystery boxes for the 1-year anniversary of Kotobukiya US? I managed to snag one of both mystery boxes. So I got 14 new kits to my backlog. Let's see what this is here. So here's the kits I got from the Girl Plum mystery box. 5 kits, MSRP'd at around $372. The Frame Arms Girl Congo should be pretty fun. Looks pretty cool. Then let me pull up the one I got from Mecha. Then here's what I got from the Mecha mystery box. So this is around $370 in value. So I got 2 Armored Core kits and then a bunch of Hexagear, what's it called? Governor. So pretty excited for that. I was surprised at how many of the kits I got came out fairly recently. Because when I was talking to some other people who were more familiar with the mystery boxes Kotobukiya has done in other regions, such as Japan, it's typically, you know, older kits that they do stuff. So is Megalomaria just an upscaled version of Governors? there's a lot I don't know about the Kotobukiya lines of stuff. I know Hexagear, you know, it's a bit like 30-minute missions, and there's some really cool kits within the Hexagear line that look really cool, like this Steed and War Beast and stuff, and of course some mechs and whatever, and those look really cool. But then I've seen some of the Megalamaria kits, and oh my gosh, do those look incredible. They look like these cool android things, and they're just so cool looking. Okay. So Hexagear could technically be considered their mecha line of what they now do with things like Frame Arms Girls and Megami Device, with how they can kit bash the girl plug kits. Would that be an accurate summarization? Since I got one of the option kits for, I forget what it was called, but it's one of the Hexagear mechs. I'll have to get that Hexagear mech at some point. Yeah, I'll probably be building one of the Kotobukiya kits as the next kit I build. My backlog is so big now. Wait, what? They work with all the Kotobukiya kits? Okay. Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. I was... From the recent announcements from this past week, there was an options set that showed this weapon, and that weapon has existed in a Hexagear options kit. So it looks like it's slightly adjusted and slightly different, but it will be for, I believe it's Megami Device, or is it Frame Arms Girls, or maybe it's both, I don't know. But I did see that, so that could be that. Oh, okay. Then there's also the, is it the Gigante, or I forget what they call the even larger versions of some of the kits that they have for like Megami Device and Frame Arms Girls and stuff. I think Arcanadia, at least the original main character, also has one of these kits. One of those could be interesting someday. I've got a lot of kits in my backlog now. Let me see if this will show stuff properly. I probably am. It was a Grande or something. But it's like an upscaled version. Let me see if I can find exactly what it's called. Yeah, Grande scale, Grande. I don't know how that's actually pronounced, but that is what I was thinking of. Okay. Why do they have the E included then? Why not just call it Grand? Like, what does adding the E do?
This one for the raiders.
Yeah, I saw that, Johnny. It looks really good. I still can't believe that's hand painted. Within that context of Italian, I wonder how much of the other nomenclature they use is also Italian in origin. Megalomaria, for example. Okay. Yeah. So have you kept up with the Hobby Lobby news and changes and stuff? Hobby Life Japan? I was talking about Hobby Lobby. So I'll just speed through some stuff you may or may not have heard. So first off, oh no, nothing like that. Just actual relevant stuff that could be beneficial. So first off, the Model kits are now always 40% off. So no matter what day Hobby Lobby is open, their model kits are 40% off. The next piece of news. They have changed the stock, and so they no longer carry Vallejo paints. What they have done instead is made their entire new line of paints the air and airbrush paints, and so they stock those instead. In addition to that, they have some new tools and supplies that they carry that they didn't before. So for example, you can buy a kit of 3 different glass files for like $6. And they have these, they have this new wooden-based organizer thing that you put together to organize all your different tools and supplies. And some other stuff. Also, they now have a lot more of the Zoids kits in stock from the Realize, the RMZ line. So they now have about, what is it, 5 or 6 different kits in stock now. But those are the relevant pieces of news. I actually have some images of the new tools. Or the new supply stuff they have, because it's actually pretty cool. They even have a new premium nipper. It's $10, but it looks similar to this or the Rui tool, RM 1.0. Yeah, let me find some of the images here so I can download them and show them on the stream here real quick. Yeah, Edgemark is the new brand of things they have. They have some new cutter stuff. They even have a weathering set now. With, well, they have 3 different weathering sets for different colors. Let me see if I can just put all these in a slideshow real quick. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now let me just do a slideshow with this. So here's some of the stuff that they have now. But yeah, so that's the new stuff at and about Hobby Lobby. What's cool is the place I work is really close to a Hobby Lobby, so I can now easily travel to 4 different Hobby Lobbies at any given day if I really want. However, I don't really have much of a reason to anymore. I mean, I like checking out those new things. Oh, one thing that was shown, I'll just pull up a different image of it so you can see it better. Hold on. It was kind of cool. So these are some paint racks from Hobby Lobby. So what they use to display and sell paint stuff, probably in their art aisle or art section, not the hobby aisle. But because they were changing what paints they sell, they had decided to get rid of these, and so they were selling these. So each individual rack was $10. So those racks that you see there was $30 total. So I've got some really nice paint racks now for only $30 that I can use to store whatever paints I get and use. What paints do you like? Let's hear it. Let's hear what paints you use. So for context, I only have those paints because they were for a commission build that were sent with the build I was supposed to do. So those are paints that were supplied to me by the client. That's why I have those. Mr. Color is really nice, yeah. I wish it was more widely available where I'm at. I would have to order online, I think. Also, aren't the size of those Mr. Color paint bottles similar to the testers in terms of being quite small volume per bottle? But I guess you can still get through a lot per battle, though. Okay, yeah. That does make sense. Hobby Lobby talk, I have seen some interesting kits in store that I hadn't seen before. From product lines that I hadn't seen at Hobby Lobby before. So 30-minute missions, Armored Core 6. They have the Melander. I actually picked one of those up because I really wanted to try out an Armored Core kit. I've also seen some... I forget, I think it's 30-minute Sisters. I don't think it was 30-minute Preference. I think it was 30-minute Sisters. I saw one kit from that. It was I think it was a blonde-haired girl with this blue armor stuff in his shield and sword or something. I didn't pick it up. I've also seen a 30-minute fantasy kit of this priest mage dude thing. Looked pretty interesting. Again, I didn't pick it up though. Well, the only reason I thought it or mentioned 30-minute Preference is I know it has some interesting kits in it. Aren't the aren't they also the line that the different Gundam pilots are part of? Or is that 30-minute Sisters? I know the main girl from G-Quux and then some of the other female pilots are part of one of the 30-minute lines, and I forget which one it is. I am aware of that, but there are some pilots that exist as Bandai model kits. I'm trying to recall which product line those are from. Figurize, that's what it's called. It's always confusing because when I go to a store like Hobby Town and they have all these different kits there, and they actually have some of the Gundam pilots sometimes, and they're stacked and right next to, alongside with some of the 30-minute kits. And it's always confusing because the boxes look so similar in terms of dimension and thickness and everything, and the way it is, and all the artwork and stuff is oriented, like, without seeing a proper labeling of them to indicate what line they're part of. Very easy to get mixed up as being the same thing. So they could do a better job of the packaging to differentiate. Personally, I wish there were more larger size kits or figures or whatever you want to call them of the different mobile suit pilots. I would even go so far as to say I wish that for at least like the perfect grade line, for example, if there were comprehensive kits of the pilots for every mobile suit in the perfect grade line. Having a 112 skill pilot would be pretty nice to have next to the mobile suits. Oh, it is? Nice. I did end up buying another perfect grade kit. Perfect grade Strike Rouge. I got that one to the sort of celebrate getting another job, so I'm not sure when I'll build that, but I did also get a water slide decal kit for it and stuff. I also picked up at Hobby Lobby the real grade Ale Strike. Then I have to find the Sky Grasper from somewhere to get as close as I can without premium Bandai shenanigans or eBay shenanigans to a 1140, you know, higher fidelity equivalent of the perfect grade Strike Rouge. It's a real great, a solid build. I also finally saw the real grade RX 72 version 2.0, so I picked that up. It was at a Barnes & Noble. Where's a standalone perfect grade Sky Grasper? Also, is the Sky Grasper and Strike Rouge different in any way, like color-wise or anything, or is it just straight up the Sky Grasper? Okay. I contemplated getting perfect grade Exia. Or, yeah, I think it's perfect grade Exia. Because my local hobby town has it. Oh! I won a contest. I won a building contest with the BountyV Builder Society. One sec. I gotta show you something. This is the hat I got after winning the contest. And I got it made as a hat for my model, for my VTuber model. Unfortunately, because I'm using a pre-made model, I couldn't get the hat to attach properly or do physics stuff, so it looks a bit jank. But I have it and it exists. The reason I ultimately decided not to get the perfect grade Exia was I needed to... There was this one really interesting foil water slide decal set from I think it was Delphi Decals. And that meant I would have to do a gloss coat with top coat, which is fine. But then also there was this Cosmos LED kit that would have made it look way cooler. But at that point, it just increased the price so much it seemed a bit silly. So I ultimately decided not to get it. And then shortly after I had decided that, New Type did their, I think it was a spring sale, and put the Perfect Strike Rouge on sale. So I got it a little bit cheaper. I will admit, the main reason I hadn't gotten into perfect grades yet was because the models they have just didn't really excite me for anything. I saw there was a new Mechanicore kit up for pre-order. Naturally, it's very expensive. I'm still undecided if I want to get Osiris Aerial Dominator someday or not. I do for sure want Sky Defender though. I heard the NR Plus Fenrir is pretty solid as well. I still have to build my Nemesis Goddess. And I'm still undecided in if I want to get the Cosmos LED kit or not. I'm currently leaning towards not bothering with the LED kit. I was also wanting to get the Cosmos LED kit and then one of the wing sets for my Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom, but I've also decided not to do that because the Wing Effects third-party kit isn't actually available anywhere, so I can't just go buy that. And when I factor in how much all those things cost, and it's so expensive I could just get another really cool kit instead. I think the confusion, or rather, reason I use the various names is because that's how the kits are advertised, right? Like if you go to a website like USA Gundam or whatever, they call it the Inner Plus Fenrir. You know, they don't call it the whatever thingy and stuff like that. That's just how they advertise it, and it's annoying because what else am I gonna call it? That's how it's advertised, and I don't know. I think it would be better if it was all accurate or advertised accurately. Also, do you know what the heck is going on with what was it? The Diablos core. The 1/144 scale Soling Toys Diablos core thing. So N-Era Plus isn't even doing Fenrir. It's just being labeled as part of it, but it isn't actually related to Fenrir at all. Cool. Well done, website selling things. Can't even label it correctly. So it is an Era Plus, but an Era Plus is, in addition to SNAA, also RMD. Okay. And then to add even more confusion to some of this stuff is that you'll have places that design kits, places that build the kits that are designed, and that's technically a collab. So for example, Daytime Meteor is Soling Toys, but the kit is technically manufactured by Himoxian. To make that even slightly more confusing, there's some Himoxian kits being sold in Japan by Kotobukiya. So Kotobukiya is essentially the unofficial official distributor of Himoxian kits within Japan. So even on the Kotobukiya US website, the Star Lily Mark III kit that I have, you can get it from Kotobukiya US, I believe. That's a kit by Himoxian, and I forget the name of the other place. Okay, so Himoxian's a distributor. Okay. Oh, I saw an interesting kit at Hobbytown recently. It was a Hexagear kit, which I was surprised by because my Hobbytown doesn't sell anything by Kotobukiya. But they had a Hexagear kit, and I don't know what the kit actually is because it wasn't really accurately displayed on the box, but it was a Disbay Hexagear kit. So it was Hexagear, but Disbay. the branding of display and stuff, and the wording of display was on the product box. And the kit itself was like $90 or something. Yeah, colada, that's what it is. Anyway, do you know what's happened to that? Because I've not... It was supposed to be out by now, and now it's supposedly being delayed until second half of this year. Okay. Yeah, so originally I think it was supposed to be Q1 of this year. So I guess at some point in time it changed to July, or rather, perhaps the people advertising it as releasing Q1 of this year were being false in that advertisement. I don't know. I've not pre-ordered that kit yet. And where I have so many kits already, it's kind of hard to want to buy more right now. Rather put that money towards other things, like a spray booth setup, and proper airbrush and stuff. Go for it. I'd heard of Howling Star. I'd not heard of Nuclei Zhejiang before, though. That's pretty crazy, though. Oh! Ernest Corecraft. Yes, I have heard of that. So maybe that's the English translation? Or is that another name added to the file? Yeah, I've always seen it as the Ernest Corecraft X Howling Star Diablos Core. And then they called it the Colada. So what about Motor Nuclear? What are the other names associated with Motor Nuclear for things like the Legend of Star General? I'm still waiting for that one kit to have a pre-order up. The one with the steed. The Kirin or whatever. Or Killin or whatever. I forget what the steed actually is. It's not a horse. That's a kit I really want. I've got Xiaoyun and White Dragon. That's the one I have. There's another kit coming out that has a generic horse. And somehow Lubu as a kit does not have a horse. But it's supposed to be able to sit on the generic style horse. And then there's another kit that... What is it? The pt8 014 or 15 or something like that. Or is it the 11? I forget. And it's supposed to have this beast that's a bit different from a horse. Okay, so the generic style horse is Magnolia. Gotcha. But I've been waiting for that kit to go up on pre-order forever. And it just hasn't. And then kits have been announced since then that are already up for pre-order, and some of them have even already released. But I really want the other one that has a steed. Okay. Alright, that's the right hind leg ready for assembly. Let me see if I can find the kit. Wenzong, I think that was called. An MPXH11, that's what it is. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and I guess I'll start prepping this one as well.
That's what I'm talking about.
Alright, I'm back. Had to take a little bit longer than I wanted. It looks like I forgot to run an ad as well, so we'll pre-roll. Oops. Yeah, I'm familiar with Legend of Star General, the comic. So there's this comic series that follows this character, and his special ability lets him copy people's cards, and so he has access to all these different, I guess, Star Generals is what they're called. But outside of the comic, I have no idea anything about Legend of Star General. The original source, any other stuff. I've heard, I think it was from you actually, that there's a bunch of different games, mobile games, around Legend of Star General. And it's actually supposedly really popular in China with so many different games of it and stuff. Which is kind of cool. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised to find out after I got into plastic model kits that Legend of Star General has model kits. And then, of course, I got Zhao Yun, and rest is history, as they say. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Wen Zhong and Mo Qinwen. Alright, yeah, I'll just go ahead and run that ad then. Okay. Well, at least the code for it doesn't change. MMP XH11. So whatever it's called, as long as I can just look that up, and I can have an idea of when the kit comes out. It's just not up for pre-order yet. So this one will probably be a kit that releases next year, at the earliest. It is what it is. I think the kits that have the mounts are just so impressive. And I really want multiple of them, but I want them all to be different. So I don't want to get just a bunch of Zhao Yun. Yeah, it was. I agree. That's why I've been sort of excited for it and looking forward to it, and it just hasn't arrived. And then they've done a bunch of other stuff in the meantime with the 1/144 scale blind box stuff and some other stuff. And they're also doing an even smaller kit, or rather a kit that's in a larger scale. I think 1/48 scale was this dude that has this gun thing. This Star General or whatever, it has this. It almost looks like Heavy Arms if Heavy Arms was olive drab. That's essentially kind of sort of what it looks like. I'm not really interested in that though. I think they also did a kit semi-recently of one of the dragons where the mech itself can transform and fly. It was this yellow and white color, I believe. There had previously been one of that in, I guess you call it an action figure. But the design of this one's slightly different from that. That one looked kind of interesting too. Ooh, nice. I've almost fought Albing a couple of times. Zhao Yun and White Dragon's still the only Legend of Star General kit I have. Yeah, that sounds right. And it just hasn't. If there was a model kit of the same Star General, it was just a different configuration and slightly adjusted appearance. But an actual model kit. Like the MNP line. I've not really kept up with it though. They keep announcing and releasing so many things, it feels like, without releasing the one thing I'm interested in. And I don't know, it's just hard to keep up with it all and really get excited for it when the thing I'm the most excited for just keeps not releasing or being up for pre-order. Yeah, there's VMN, then there's VMNP, then there's some other line that's MN something or another. And I know the MMP is the line of plastic kits. So any kit that has MMP before the other stuff is a model kit that you can assemble. Then they also have some, for lack of a better term, chibi style of kits, and I forget what line that is. Gotcha. All I know is I was really impressed with Xiaoyu and White Dragon. I definitely want to get more motor nuclear kits someday. I learned so much on that kit, and it's so impressive once assembled. It just looks so good. It has presence. Very tall. I really do look forward to Wenzhong finally existing physically. I'm really curious to know if height-wise it will be taller or not. It didn't look like you could pose it in the same way you can White Dragon. So part of what I'm doing to make mine even more imposing is I have White Dragon rearing its legs as high as possible. And then I have Zhao Yun holding up the spear. I really like the designs of the Star Generals. They're really cool designs. Maybe. That might be something I've seen before. Oh, gotcha, okay. The Holy Beast, that is a hybrid between a horse and like a tiger or lion or something. Is that what a Chillin is? In this context? Gotcha, okay. So I guess that would be possibly what some places would consider to be an earth dragon, because it's on the ground and doesn't have wings. Okay. You know, as popular as Star General is, maybe it does have one, I just haven't found it yet. But I would really like to see an animated cartoon series of the comic. I think that'd be really cool. A Dongwa, or however it's pronounced. Red here, 172. I'll have to look into that. Is that what the Lubu figure is riding? Well, there were two different versions of the Lubu figure as well. What? Okay, this looks really cool. When did this come out? How have I never heard of this? Oh, it's a figure, that's why. It sort of reminds me of, there was this model kit that was releasing, I forget which brand it was. It wasn't Motor Nuclear, but it was this brand that was releasing this model kit of a horse for Year of the Horse. And it looked pretty interesting. This kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Yeah, that motorcycle looks really cool. I've got the Cyberforce Fantasy Girls kit that transforms from a centaur into a motorcycle. I got the Wonderfest version, so it's purple and white. It does look really cool, though. This will sound silly, but for the kits that can transform, I wouldn't mind having two of them for the kits I actually like, so I can have it in both forms at the same time. Oh, that makes sense. RC's from Transformers, right? Yeah, RC's a really cool looking character. So I picked up the video game Forza Horizon 6. Played that on stream a couple times now. There's this event in the game. So the game's setting is Japan. So some bits of Tokyo and some other stuff. And one of the events it has is you race against a robot, which is essentially like a Gundam. And it was a pretty fun event to do. because it gave a rudimentary idea of what the scale would be like and just how fast and crazy seeing a real Gundam would be, you know, if you're like driving a car or something. So it was really cool from that perspective. Because I've not really played any game or anything where you get that sense of scale and just what it can actually do to, compared to humans or everyday things. Yeah, Chaser Zero. It was a bit, but the event itself was fun. I'll probably do it again at some point for sure. Yeah, mech my day. Why a Clint Eastwood reference? Of all the things they could have named it, why a Clint Eastwood reference? Like, what does Dirty Harry have to do with Max? Or is Dirty Harry actually popular in Japan or something, and so it was relevant that way? I don't know. Maybe there's more context there that makes it a bit more understandable. Ha 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 ha. So apparently Nelson Works is doing a perfect grade red frame astray. Oh, so it already exists? In an email from USA Gundam, they keep hyping it up like it's some new thing. Okay. I blame the emails for that misunderstanding then. I've not been in this hobby long enough to know what's been going on for years. But when they advertise it as something new coming out, I'm just naturally going to assume it's new. That makes more sense now. Maybe it's a reprint or something? Maybe that's what's happening? Gotcha, okay. So maybe that's why we're mentioning it. That makes more sense then. I do want perfect grade Astray red frame, specifically the extra version edition of it. It comes with a massive, massive sword. That's the one I want. Someday. Yeah, that's what it's called. Red Frame Kai. I want that kit. Supposedly, I think a reprint is happening in the near future, or has happened and will take a while to hit stateside or something. Because it sounded like it might be available closer to the end of this year as a reprint. What triggered and what? You mean my interest in it? Or it coming out again, or what? Oh, hold on. Let me check. One moment. Automod held a message for reasons sex-based terms, and it highlighted big sword as being a sex-based term. I've allowed the message. That is hilarious. Whoops. So I have this overly ambitious project idea for my channel with my channel lores, VTuber model and stuff, as to have a different squad or group of squads of mobile suits and stuff from whatever I think is cool, and if possible have the same thing in multiple scales, and of course do custom paint schemes and stuff. And so it's trying to cherry pick which kits exist already in various scales that I could do, because I want everything to be consistent. So I want a bunch of stuff in 160, and then 100, 144, etc. But if something only exists in one scale, then I might still think it's cool and try and use it, but I won't be able to do all the cool stuff with it photo-wise that I would the other stuff. Because my other plan is to get a mirrorless camera for DSLR. Not 100% decided which yet, but probably a mirrorless camera. And then I want to get into photography a bit and do some cool photo shoot stuff for my channel and incorporate that sort of stuff into the content. So one kit I'm for sure going to be doing is Zeta Gundam. But Red Frame Kai is another one I really want to do. Because part of my reasoning for the different ones is I want, you know, how like in a JRPG or like a game of Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, you know, you've got a party and you have different members of the party, and then you have, if you're doing it properly, you have different team compositions. So you got like a tank, some damage dealers, maybe a healer or support type or whatever. And it's really like the idea of sort of cherry picking from pre-existing designs and thinking, oh, this could be a tank, or oh, this could be a damage dealer, or a support or something, and just doing stuff like that. And so that's sort of what I'm considering within that. And the big sword is the main reason I want Red Frame Kai. That's impressive. I currently only have 3 RX-78-2s. Only one of them is assembled. The Master Grade 3.0. Oh, correction, I got 4 because I also have the entry grade. That includes the weapons set. But that also isn't assembled. But then the idea is, you know, have more models or characters for my channel, yeah, as the pilots for these things. So try and figure out what they would pilot, maybe figure out some personality and stuff. Well, it was from Hobby Lobby, so it was 40% off. So it was like $12 or $10 or whatever once it was all said and done. I also have the entry grade new Gundam, since I've seen that at Hobby Lobby. Which is ironically the only new Gundam I currently have. EG is really impressive. So with the Gundam 50th anniversary happening in 2029, I assume it'd be pretty fair to guess that they will likely release the next Perfect Grade kit by or around that 50th anniversary. I mean, I think the time frame between when Unleashed New came out and when the 50th anniversary takes place is a decent window for them to put out or properly design a new Perfect Grade kit. So that's 2 or 3 deadlines now. Because by that reasoning, I assume mega size would be considered a deadline. And I'm not sure if RE100 has had any new kits in a while. Of course, now there's a full mechanics line that's getting a new kit January of next year. Oh, it was? Interesting.
There's no time and space that can keep me away. Not alive, I can trace destiny as a fate. There's no time and space that can keep me away. Not alive, I can trace destiny as a fate. I'm running back to you.
I think the first kit I bought that has KPS, or rather, timeline-wise, the first kit I bought that used KPS the earliest was high-grade Barbados. So HGIBO number 1. That's the earliest kit I have that uses KPS, I believe. As far as assembly and prepping the parts go, I actually don't mind KPS. Oh, I do have one cool thing you're probably very familiar with already. Check these out. Yeah, I think these are really cool. But I'm also going to keep them in the wrapping to protect them. Yeah, on X, I became friends with a Japanese VTuber that builds plastic model kits. And I picked up their acrylic figures on Booth, and they sent that with it. I'm the first person outside of Japan that has bought anything from their booth. They actually had to enable out-of-country purchases for me to be able to do so, and so they added those in with what I bought from them, which is pretty cool. Okay. Maybe I got it mixed up then. I really felt like I had one kit that had a certain thing, or that used KPS, and it was... I don't know anymore. Well, I guess the real grade wing Gundam I have would be using it then for sure. Yeah, it was really nice of them to add those. So as I understand it, those cards are from a snack in Japan. A type of sugary gummy snack. And you open it up and it comes with a card. And they have the Gundam cards in them, and that's where they're from, to my understanding. I think the main thing I want to do with those cards is utilize them in displaying the respective model kits. Yeah, that's definitely true. And if I want to experience the quote-unquote rush of gambling, but within plastic model kits, I can just go to Hobby Lobby and see if they have anything new in stock, since what they stock is fairly random. Don't really know what you'll find. That would be so annoying. Then there's these places that do this monthly loot box thing for plastic model kits, where you pay them a bunch of money for them to give you the cheapest kits or the overflow inventory kits or the whatever. I'm not sure what I'm talking about is actually called. They aren't like the literal loot box brand thing. Oh, the Gundam Play Store does some? I might have to look into that. I know USA Gundam Store does some, and people were sort of complaining about that. And then there was this other place that does, it's just basically website only exists to facilitate selling you these boxes. But their whole advertisement thing is, we'll provide you with everything you need to do this hobby, and you don't have to think about anything. You just pay us a bunch of money per month, and we'll give you kits and stuff. We have different tiers and things. And basically, it was, for a most expensive tier, it was like every 3 or 4 months you get a new perfect grade kit or something. I'll have to look into the Gundam Play Store then. I do have this cool sticker from Gundam Play Store. Is it the lucky boxes? Is that what they're called? I've not heard of BBTS, at least not by that short name.
You like to watch me as I come undone. I'm hanging on by a thread. I see you melting in the summer sun. It's on repeat
Okay.
in my head. And I don't want to tell you what I'm going through tonight. 'Cause you've stolen the fire, babe. You're burning me alive.
So it's where you just buy them whenever you want, basically.
Can we take the temp down? I said probably not.
Oh, I see. They rotate their contents every 2-3 weeks. Gotcha. Okay. And maybe I'll do that someday. Or maybe for my birthday or something. Yeah, I'm reading it now. Our lucky boxes may include a wide variety of items from our store. Each box is guaranteed to contain at least one model kit or figure, and it may also include tools or accessories, but not always. We rotate the contents every 3 weeks, but if you've recently ordered one, we recommend contacting us before placing another order to help avoid duplicates. Okay. So it sounds like they will work with you to make sure you don't get duplicates. So for example, let's say I wanted to for Christmas for myself or for my birthday next year or something, I could potentially get 2 of the really expensive boxes and therefore would not get any duplicates or something. That's good to know. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Would they be likely to pair a decal sheet with a kit? Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. Where there are places, like USA Gundam, it's typically the same stuff in each box. Yeah, I might actually do that next year for my birthday or something. Because if I drop some money and tell them that, hey, it's my birthday, then maybe that will partially influence what they do. Not implying it means, oh, we'll just throw in a bunch of perfect grades or anything like that, but, you know, maybe they'll pay attention to the fact that's my birthday and maybe, you know, put in like a happy birthday card or something, I don't know. That's definitely something I'll consider for the future. I know some places really like using Gundam for their pre-orders. Especially of Chinese kits. I do like New Type as a shop, it's pretty solid. I also get some stuff from AZ Toy Hobby Shop. It's located in Texas. Yeah, I really like the Gundam Play store. I'm sort of annoyed. I went down to Georgia for something. I was with other people and didn't have the freedom to just go wherever I wanted when I wanted. But we were in Atlanta for like half a day, and I was not able to go visit the Gundam Play store, and that annoys me. I really wanted to, and just didn't work out. My gosh. That's a long wait time. So the lucky boxes, is it always Gundam stuff, or they sometimes have third-party kits in them? I like using new type for supplies and stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that though. Someday. I did enjoy getting the Kotobukiya mystery boxes. I think the 300 I paid for the... what was it? 745-ish of model kits. I think that was worth it. Especially since I don't have any Kotobukiya anything yet. Gives me a nice little sample of the things they have. Alright, I finally prepared everything, and I can finally do assembly for these hind legs. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you think about logically, if it's a big customer and they're doing that, by giving them something nice, they're going to be more likely to buy it again and again and again. So it makes sense. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think I spent a little over $2,500 last year on plastic model kit stuff. But it also included a lot of, you know, like tools and supplies to get into the hobby and whatnot. Of course, that was also back when my job was different and I was sort of trying to figure out what and how I wanted to do things, and sort of approaching it as maybe trying to use it as a side hustle to do custom paint jobs and stuff, but that hasn't really come into fruition. Now that I'm working full-time, it doesn't matter anyway. I still want to do custom paint job stuff, at least for my own self. And I know some people who would be more than happy to pay me to do some stuff for them, and I'd be more than happy to do it for them once I've got all that stuff sorted out. Well, over 16 years, that's not too bad. I still think we're in a good golden age right now of everything's amazing and it's only getting better. It's quite nice. Yeah, shopping at Hobby Lobby definitely saved me some money. But depending on what you get, some of the kits are of higher quality too. Like Jayun and White Dragon, for example. That's some great value for the price. Or even this kit, Daytime Meteor. Still a great value for the price, I think. Yeah, I still need to get into SNNA kits. I hope that really tiny part actually went into here. It did. Okay, I see it now. Crisis averted. It's annoying trying to find all the parts I need for this 3 steps. That's about what I paid. I used a discount as well to get it a bit cheaper. I really wanted this kit as soon as I heard about it, because I really like dragons, and there's hardly any dragon kits. At least of Western style traditional dragons. A 20 MF? I've got free currently. I saw the tiny wyvern that's already out by now. You have a DLO wyvern. That's the one I'm familiar with. Is it the Dragon Rider? No, that's a long time ago. Trying to find the new news from last week. Okay, now I see it. Yeah, that one does look pretty cool, especially the mouth and all the detail. I've got the Dragonia Knight and the Dragonia Lord upgrade. I won the Dragonia Knight in the contest, the Bandai Builder Society contest that I got the hat from. That was where I got the model kit. It was a prize for winning. I want to do a custom paint job on that. So I will be holding off on building it for a while. But no, I'm really thankful I found this hobby and found it when I did. Basically the only reason I can do my job and continue to do my job and stuff is because I know I can pay for this hobby with that and be able to look forward to building something every weekend and whatever. Okay. I think it's this one. Okay, so that goes there. And you're saying that this goes here. And this somehow interfaces with that. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Oh, nice. I'm still debating on if I want to pick up. There's this one line of kit I was really interested in for a while. Oh, come on. Need to get this to just slightly go in so I can do this assembly of stuff. Hard to get this to stay in place for this assembly. Very annoying. This stupid thing. Okay. I have a better idea. What if I do it this way? Haha! No, I'm doing it wrong somehow. Something isn't wrong. It's not supposed to do that. Okay, I got that in. Now I can try for this. I got it. Yay! Let me look up this Emperor Huang and Yulong now. Ooh, a page where I've already looked up the product. Let's see what this is. You have to look at this. Maybe you've seen it before, but you have to look at this. This is hilarious. So, on the product page, underneath where it says sold out, notify me available, there's a nutrition facts. Serving size 4,014 grams. Release date October 2025. So it's a SKU. And it says no paint, no glue, no tools. But the fact. Oh, nutrition facts. Okay. I've never seen that before. Do they not have that in the newer model kits? Have I just missed it? Okay, so it is a new thing. Okay, okay. That is hilarious. That's amazing. Yeah, I've seen this kit before. I think it, like some other kits, just aren't necessarily available whenever I want them. So that's one reason I don't have it. However, looking at how some of it is done now, I guess it isn't. It reminds me a lot of some of the War of the Gods series by Kang Toys. Is this somehow related to Kang Toys? Because King Toys GMS 006 Fushi, for example, is a bit similar. Instead of a dragon, it's a snake thing. Oh, that's annoying. So there's no relation whatsoever. Okay. Some of the way the images were shown were very similar in style and stuff. But then there's War of the Gods Nuwa. That's a female version of Fushi, and that looks pretty cool too. Oh, so it's called envtuber, not nuwa. Yeah, I remember seeing the new a while back when it was initially teased with some low-res pictures. So those are kits I do want at some point. I considered picking up the entire War of the Gods line, but after seeing what Baphomet looked like and what Odin looked like and stuff, I decided not to. Yeah, Odin looks pretty cool. I don't know, I think there was something about the finish on the plastic that I didn't like, or didn't like enough to make an effort to get them then. But I can obviously, if there's anything I don't like about it, I can always just adjust it my way or something in the future. So I may pick up a product line at some point. Okay, so first, wants me to pop this on.
I know that this has to stop.
Move this out of the way, so I'll pop this on. Well, I did it. I successfully put that on. Samael? I've not heard of that one. Is that also War of the Gods product line? Yeah, I'm familiar with Susano. Yen, V, I'm not sure how that would be pronounced. Then there's Baphomet, then Fushi, then Odin, and then of course Nuwa. Yeah, I've not heard of. Oh, it's from 12's War, okay. That does look pretty cool. There was another, let me go find what it is. Maybe they fixed their site. There's this other kit that looked pretty cool. Now see, if I had waited till you sent that message, it would have saved me time for checking. Yes, the Animastar Polaris White Snake Mecha Girl is the one I was thinking of. It goes like this. Yeah, that's why I got the Cyber Force Fantasy Girls kit that I did. Yafune Mekina or whatever. Yeah, mine's a Wonderfest version. It comes with this I don't know what it's called. They had some special stuff with it. I don't think I can find an image of it real quick. They had some extra stuff with it. It's the one that's purple. Screw it, I'll just go grab it. I'm ADHD enough right now, I'll just do it. Okay. So this special stamp right here, it shows that it's the Winterfest Special Edition. I considered getting that kit. It was on sale for cheap. I could have gotten it for like $40 US. But it was out of stock by the time I made up my mind. So this right here is what came with mine. Stockings, I guess is what this is called. And then it has the decals from the original here. Then I have the special decals that come with it because it's the Winterfest version. So they're purple. And then, of course, because it's the Winterfest edition, the hair is purple instead of white. So I've got this stuff right here. You can tell that the bike wheels and stuff are this gray, almost white thing. Then, of course, lots of different facial expressions and the womb tattoos or whatever they're called. But yeah, it was a nice surprise to see that it came with these things. Everything else is the same. The instruction kit, etc. is the same, blah blah blah. Nothing about this is different. It does look really cool though, for sure. I forget how much I paid for this one. I think I got it during a sale as well. So maybe like 75. I actually saw the regular edition in Hobbytown a while back, last year before I got it. Yeah, this is my first, I guess you call it a waifu kit or a Gurapla kit or Mecha Musume. Apparently in Japan, they use the acronym BIPLA, BIPLA, for Bishojo Plamo. So that's what I've seen it called as well. It's always nice learning new terminology. Okay. So let's see here then. I believe it's these. And then this. Now I have to make sure I use the correct one on the correct side. So I believe this one goes here. This one goes this way. Gotcha, okay. So when Kotobukiya advertised the mystery box as being girl-pla, would that... Well, I guess no, it wouldn't, because it also included things like frame arms girls, which isn't Bishoujo. Okay, then this goes up here. May have done this incorrectly. There we go. Lined it up properly that time. I still want to someday kit bash and try and get my character from Final Fantasy XIV. This character right here. I would love to be able to kit bash with the various girl kits and try and recreate my character. That'd be a lot of fun. I think the main thing is trying to find a suitable tail, a suitable head part for horns that could look close enough, and then it's just mixing colors to get the right color for the skin, and then deciding on what outfit I would want that could look the closest with all of that combined. Interesting name. This doesn't want to go in. So it fits from this side, but not the other side. Interesting. Sounds less complicated than figuring out which companies are involved with a model kit from China, though. So what I'm trying to do is line up these with the openings and that. So I can push it down all the way. Also, it's quite tight. Finally, I got it. Now I just have to do the same thing on the other side. Ah, it's in, finally. That's kind of crazy. I gotta look that up just for giggles. Oh, I've heard of that. At least it looks cool. Wow, it held that message from earlier because of the last 5 letters minus the A. Well, the last letter is minus the A. Since that's, I guess, a racial term is what it was complaining about. I'm familiar with what the term is. I'm just very much so not saying or hinting at what it actually was. That makes sense. But no, I'd never heard of that term before. But knowing now what it's actually called, maybe that's why I haven't heard of that term before. Okay, so looks like we can finally do this thing. I believe it's this right here. And it wants this to go like this. Okay. Well, is it pronounced the way it looks like it would be read? Because even then, that's kind of offensive for someone of my background to say. That makes sense, then. So the KA in that thing references females? Okay. I've never really thought of Japanese and feminine and masculine, though. I know there's a handful of terms, but definitely not to the extent that something like Spanish is. Haha! I did upside down. Of course I did. No wonder it worked. There we go. Leave it's in properly. Yeah, those look pretty cool though. I think it's this part right here. Okay. The next up we have this part. That's a good question. Well, there's Motor Nuclear, Zhao Yun, and White Dragon. That would be the tallest kit. My longest kit would be Red Dragon King at like what, 43, 44 inches. Largest scale kit was Perfect Grade Gundam Mark II for a client. And then there's this kit right here, which you say is 2 feet long and then 3 feet wide. So I guess in terms of surface area, this will definitely be the largest kit. Though to be fair, I'm not sure how many more kits would be larger than that surface area wise. Unless you started to consider getting some Warhammer 40k, like the really, really large sets that are over $1,000. I know there's the Dendrobium high grade, then the Neo Zong full version or whatever. Yeah, I guess in terms of full surface area cover, this will definitely be the largest kit. Oh, so the NTN Fusion is out now? Is that the one, is that the newest kit that they released? That came with this cool, like, pre-station hanger setup? What's that kit called again? Zero-2 Meteor with maintenance base. And support unit model kit. Yeah, that's a kit I've had my eye on. I'm not sure if I'll get it though. It looks like something that would have a lot of potential for a Cosmos LED kit though. There we go. Which one? I feel like I'm kind of done buying kits for the year. Should be. I don't have a roll against it or anything. It's only if the auto mod maybe thinks it's sus or something, but it should be fine. Oh. I think I've seen some kits from this line before. That does look pretty cool. And finally take all the parts out. Okay.
Welcome to the undefined.
I gotta decide which way this goes.
Welcome to the undefined.
There we go. It's saying these go here. Cool. And this goes here. Yeah, actually go on. Okay. Now all that's left is the hand. Which will be adjacently similar to the four hands. Really? I've been chipping away at it slowly. This is, I think, the 8th session. Or is it the 9th session? I forget. Well, the only reason I'm going so slow at it is because I have to work full time. So I only have 1, maybe 2 free days each week, and I have to do other stuff besides this all day on those days. I have also ran into some technical difficulties and stuff. My webcam microphone died. I had to resolve that, and that's why I have this new microphone, which is quite nice. So here's the microphone I'm currently using. It's way better than the webcam microphone I was using. It's quite nice. Also, I've sort of seen that most people in this category do more Warhammer stuff or other stuff that isn't snapped together plastic model kits like this. So it's like I'm a minority within a category that in and of itself is a minority. Most people just do the mainline popular stuff like Gundam. Okay, now to try my best to remember these. There's only 2 sizes of this, so that's gonna be good. Okay. So this one right here does that. So let's see here then. This is the big one. This is 33-1. It goes in the middle. Okay. Interesting. it doesn't help that Twitch changed how archives work and highlights work. And now you only have like, what is it, 100 gigabyte storage? So I no longer keep my VODs on Twitch. So once the 45 days are up, they just automatically expire. And so instead, because I'm streaming on multiple platforms, all my stuff is archived on YouTube now. So thanks, Twitch. I used to archive everything on here, but they changed that, so I don't now. So that could be part of why you don't see any I suppose. I mean, it makes sense to have VODs rather than not have VODs. Because let's say that you're trying to find someone new to watch and they aren't live right now, and you check their VODs to see what they're like. Or, you know, people who are companies that are looking to do sponsorships or whatever can use that to sort of get an idea for what someone's like. And if the only way to really view someone is if they're live, it's not forward thinking in some ways. But I do agree, I personally, if I ever actually watch someone on Twitch, which is very rare, but if I do, it would be when they're live, not on a VOD. Alright, there's one leg finally done. That's one side finally fully done. Yay. Yeah, true. And that's the other thing. It's important as content creators now to have presence on multiple platforms. So if someone is exclusively on Twitch, like genuinely that's all they're on, then it would be in their best interest to have VODs of some sort. Okay, so that's one leg done, one leg to go. My head bopped the microphone somehow, my bad. Alright, let's see if I can make some progress on this. That's crazy. It might explain why it has a few more views on it too. Now, I think part of the reason for that is the kit itself does have a lot of media coverage, just not on YouTube or Twitch because the creators doing it are Asian, and in Asia there's more popular platforms to use, like Bilibili and I forget the names of all the other ones. That's crazy because those videos have like no views. Yeah, that's crazy. But I know some people can get a bit lazy in how they name things. All I know is anytime I'm going to be building a kit, I'm going to be streaming it and retain all the VODs on YouTube and stuff, so that way they're kept for posterity. Because you never know what kit someone's interested in and how helpful it is for them to be able to see a build and stuff. That makes sense. I doubt I'll hit that 3K views anytime soon. Alright, time to do what I have a hard time with. So it still wants me to go this way. See if I can do it. Or the other popular people. Well, I'm sorry, by popular I mean large viewer count and following. Okay, so I believe it's this one. Got it. And once I figured out how to do this, it went pretty well. I think the most helpful video I've seen on YouTube was, I don't even remember how many subscribers the channel had. It was just some seemingly one-off video of this dude. It was like from 13 years ago now or something. It was for the emotion manipulator hands on the Master Grade New Gundam Verka. And them showing how they do that. And that's the only video I could find on them. And I used that to give myself a better idea of what to expect when I made the emotion manipulator hands for the Master Grade RX-78 to version 3.0. And since making that, it's actually one of the most requested things for me. Like, I've had maybe 5 people request I make a proper video of how the fuck I did it. So I actually bought the Master Grade Rick Dom from... I'll just grab a box. So I got this Rick Dom right here, one from 2022. And this has the emotion manipulator hand, the MP1 runner. So I plan to try and do okay, so maybe the MP2 is what I'm thinking of them. It's the Motion Manipulator Hands 2.0. There was the original Manipulator Hands, and there's the newer one. And the one from Master Grade 3.0, RX-78 and then some other stuff. They're supposed to be similar. Unfortunately, there's only so many places I can check online that give me the information I want for which kits have what things in them. For example, I already had a kit that has this runner in it, and I wasn't even aware of it because I couldn't find that information online. Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom has a set of those hands in gold, I believe. But anyway, so I plan to do a dedicated video for those at some point. It won't be anything super crazy, but who knows? At least the people who requested it should be able to find it helpful. Gotcha, okay. Okay. Where's the silver part? There we go. Yeah, before I built the Master Grade RX-78-2 3.0, everyone kept telling me about the hands and how bad they were, or that they didn't like them, or that they're difficult to work with, or fragile, or whatever. And so, you know, when you're receiving that sort of information, you pay attention to it, and you try and do a little bit of research. And for me, it was a bit frustrating that I couldn't really find anything. But countless people, completely unrelated to each other, talking about those hands, and I couldn't find any information about, you know, actually setting them up properly and whatnot. So it was a bit annoying. Let's see here then. So there we go. There's that. Let's make sure. Yeah, since enough people have actually wanted me to make a video on them, I definitely will at some point later this year, probably. Alright, we're making some good headway here. Uh-oh. I just realized when I poured that whole tub out, I mean, it's a really tiny purple part. It's somewhere hidden in here. Hope I can find it. Uh-oh. I definitely recall cutting it out and putting it there though, so we'll just... I'll slowly put parts into here. Until I find what I'm looking for.
Between
Uh-oh, I think a part's missing. I'm not seeing it.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you.
Darn it.
Where the spaces, corner races, you're the feeling that I choose.
Well, hopefully it's a spare.
I'm tired of running, 'cause you lose the feeling.
So there are extra parts. What I don't know is if they're for something else or not. That's right there, it's this part. So I can technically use one of these. So hopefully that's considered a spare. That's definitely missing now. Darn it. It's such a small part too. I think I'll just have to settle for the part being lost. And ultimately that's okay. So next, try and check to see if the part no indication. Next one too. I think we're genuinely spare parts. So in this case, what happened is, I think it was launched out when I accidentally hit this container before I even took them out of the container. I think that's what happened. But I did pour all the parts out to here, so it could have moved during that as well. But I've just not seen anything at all. Such a small part too. It's not in a nub bucket because I definitely put it into here, but it's just not here anymore. So it's completely missing. It is what it is. Oh, speaking of, want to see my in-game nub jar? This 21-inch bottle bank. It has spares, pretty sure. This is what I'll put my nubs in, eventually. Also, it's so big, I could technically... Like, you could store kits in here, right? So you could do, like, some sort of diorama thing inside. No, it's a bottle bank, so... Put coins and money in here. Is the idea. So this is like $10. I have so many nubs I can put in. Here's a full container of nubs. It might also have the pin that used to be here. Might be in this. Somewhere, maybe. Here's some more nubs. These were from the Master Grade, I'm sorry, Perfect Grade Gundam Mark II. Plus maybe one or two other kits. And here's my original nub jar that I filled the other bucket up with. And here's all the nubs from this specific kit. Yeah, so there's two of these X1 runners, and the part is number 1, and it has 4 of them. So I looked through, and you don't need them for anything else, so I technically have 2 spares. Of course, I'd still like to be able to find the part someday. It's just annoying to lose parts. This is the only part that I have truly lost. Well, I say that, but I mean, currently it's temporarily lost. But I don't know for sure if it is lost. For all I know, it got stuck inside one of these parts. Because, you know, this is so small I could fit in pretty much any of these. It's also why I was trying to look through and make sure I hadn't missed it in any of these parts, but I just couldn't find it. I believe it was this part. And this part. There we go. At least it had spares. Perhaps I'll find it someday. Hey, how's it going? There we go, it's properly assembled now. So now I have to pick up all these parts I can do on the page. I don't know what happens. Okay. I'm really upset right now. Not sure why it's not going in. There we go. Okay, that's all the legs done now. That took a long time. So that was 6.5 hours just on the hind legs. It's a lot of time. A lot of time. So what I was originally planning to do, before it took this long, it's taken probably a good 90 minutes or more longer than I thought it would. I was originally going to immediately jump into the wings, but now I think I'm probably done for today. Yeah, I think I'm done for today. So I have other things I have to do today, so I'm ready for work for tomorrow. However, this is not the only stream I'll be doing today. Later, I will be playing some Forza Horizon 6. So, if that's your jam, keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, I'll be back next week. I think I might have next Saturday off, we shall see. But I'll definitely be finishing assembly of this next week for sure. Alright, well that's going to be it for this session. Hope you enjoyed watching me chip away slowly at Daytime Meteor. I will pick up where I left off next week. All I have left is the wings, the effects parts, the action base, the water slide decals, etc. So, hoping I'll be able to get through most of that next week. Yeah. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, and I will catch you all later.